Morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, we are back with our poor, beautiful ship that has been severely beaten up several times and just absolutely showing that needs some work. Need a little bit of work here. Biggest problem we keep running into is that literally everything is punching our faces in and taking us out before we really have a chance to do any major damage. The hope was to try and fix that issue by putting a shield on it. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to finish the shield because we lacked the parts to do so. So, I had sought to go out and try and get some parts in order to do that. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to. That place there absolutely wrecked us. And unfortunately, every attempt that I have made to try and put damage down on things that should be damaged fails. We're also running into a problem where this just has absolutely no power to it. So I think we're going to have to do a couple of things. The first thing that I would like to do is let's go here to the guns. I want you turn those all. Nope. Off, back on. Okay, there we go. So we are all set. We can keep those all off. Now, the other problem that we have been dealing with, or that I have been dealing with specifically, is that, excuse me, my game has been grinding to a halt. In fact, Friday it was really bad. We kept getting hard freezes. I think I know what it was, and I think it's been fixed. One of the things that I've done is right now Revolt isn't working. I think that may have been part of it. But then also my web browser may have been causing some issues, or a particular web page. So I've got that stuff closed down for the most part, and it's just my basic usual stuff. So we're going to see how today goes. Give me a second. There we go. Now I can fucking breathe. Okay. So, what I want to do first is I need to increase power generation a bit. We're going to do that by grabbing some interior plate, some steel plate, and then throwing on wind turbine. Four, five. There's that. Okay. Hey, what's up, Yoki-Zen? How you doing? There we go. That should help with power generation. Really? All right. And okay, next up, what I am thinking about doing as an augmentation for this is to go ahead and build out the sides here, because I could definitely use a little extra firepower, but I could potentially also sneak in some. Oh, I could potentially utilize the wing or the expanded sides for more battery power, which is, I think, what I'm after. Because part of the problem that I was running into is that the batteries that I was utilizing, um, the power just wasn't sufficient to keep up with the demand. Let's see. I also need to get more ice. Or coming back that way. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad. Okay. So we get a little extra power from the turbine, which is fine. But I could even go so far as to add 2 more turbines to this, one underneath there and there. Might be worthwhile. Because at this point, we need the extra power. Did I get both of them? I did. Cool. Go. I might have to break my no drilling rule for this. The reason being is that currently I need. What is it? Thank you. Also, hey, Turnip, how you doing? Well, thank you for the sub there, Turnip. Much appreciated. Robot penis, yeah, something like that. Hey, Hollis, how you doing? Holy shit! Thank you for the subscription there, Hollis. The resubscription. You guys are awesome. In fact, that is something else that I can talk about. Coming up, what is it? Probably in the next few days, I'll be getting my Twitch money. And I'll actually be getting a lot more Twitch money than I thought I was going to be getting. Usually, I get about 50 to 55 bucks every 3 months. Because, you know, don't exactly make a huge amount. That sucks. But this coming up one, I'm going to be getting about 80 bucks. Now, the reason why that monetary amount actually matters is because that's fair. It could just be a Twitch issue as well. But what that extra amount means is that I can look at getting or renting a server for Space Engineers that has a few extra slots in it than I originally anticipated. Yeah, give me money. Now you can actually start watching Twitch. There you go. That's how that works. So we were talking about last week, I think, about doing multiplayer at some point. And I have over the years, past couple of years, talked about doing uh, a server, and just never quite got around to it. So in this particular case, I should say, um, I think we are at a point, and I am at a point where I am kind of ready to start looking at something like that. I have an idea of what I would like to do, and it would be one of those that it would be subscriber primarily, depending on how many people wind up being part of that. I will probably also maybe open it up to regulars as well. And then also look at potential for awarding server slots to those who are neither regulars or subscribers, depending on how the numbers look. That's the idea. How it actually works out, I don't know yet, but we'll see. But I think it would be pretty cool to kind of put something together as sort of a thank you to you guys, because you've all been really, really awesome. Yeah, probably. Shit, I bet I could crash it too. But I would absolutely love to put something together as sort of a thank you to you guys, because you guys have all been awesome, as well as just to finally do something multiplayer so you guys can get off up on my back. So, anyway, that is a future plan. If and when I go to start it, it'll probably be in a couple of weeks at minimum. It may be something that I start at like the start of June or something like that, and just kind of like do a month of the server and kind of get a feel for it, see how it works out. Mods, definitely modular encounters. Other than that, don't know yet. And then scenario is yet to be planned out. That's still some of the detail work that I want to kind of hammer out. But at the very least, it'll be, I'll probably even push it so that it's like absolutely abysmal. Hell, I could even go Suffer Day with it. An entire month of Suffer Day would be hilarious. And I'm sure everybody would hate it. For those of you who are not familiar with Suffer Day, the way that Suffer Day works is that it is all of the worst options imaginable for your game. So realistic inventories, realistic speeds, asteroids set to Armageddon, jetpack only. The jetpack works, but it works in space. It only kind of works on planets. All of the modular encounter stuff. Also, we turn on, what is it? The AI enabled, so the robot drop pods. On top of that, you also throw in, what else? There are a few other really abysmal things. And just throw it all in there. Holy crap. That is a whole lot of hearts. So that's, oh, those are bits. Holy crap. Thanks, thanks 69 bits. It always looks like a lot. But yeah, that's Suffer Day. And we used to do that. I used to do that every Saturday. But unfortunately, it was one of those that I kind of got out of it because I wanted the weekends to myself. But that aside, I might go ahead and turn Suffer Day into a multiplayer scenario for the server. Because I think with a group of people, like, I know it is actually fun with at least one other person. Because one of the regulars turned in his points for a session, and we did a Suffer Day, and it was funny. It was definitely funny. We died a lot. All right, so that aside, um, I'll probably have more information about that within the next, I want to say, week or two, where I can go ahead and start giving more information on that, stating how that's going to wind up working out and whatnot. Another bit of business. Nice. I know I did a couple of PvP streams with Fant. We did that a couple of times. We were going to do one, but then scheduling conflicts wound up happening, and then we stopped hanging out. So, unfortunately. All right. There was something else I wanted to look up. Start that. Okay. Quality is excellent. Okay. Um, the other thing that happened last Friday that was mentioned was that the stream was showing up at 720p. I think I fixed it. And it appears so. It looks like the max now is the 1080p the way that it's supposed to be. And I think what was happening was that I had the bit rate set too high. Part of the problem is that the video bit rate has a cap based off of what level of streamer you are with Twitch. So a regular person is like 5K, I think, 4 or 5K. Affiliate is 6K, and that's, I think, 6,000 bits per second. And then a partner is 8 to 10K. Now, I had watched some information about increasing stream detail and making it better for your watchers and viewers and whatnot. And unfortunately, it gave me bad information, or at least not correct information, telling me that I should bump it up to 10K. I think what's happening in that respect is that that wandering merchant just went down. I think what wound up happening in that respect is that Twitch is now starting to crack down on people who have bit rates that are too high. And so that's why it was showing up at 720 and not at 1080, I hope. But it also may have been indicative of the other problem that was happening. So we'll see how it all goes. As of right now, everything should be working correctly. I just checked, we're at 1080p. Yay. So, all of that housekeeping stuff aside, I want to look at augmenting the ship a bit more. And specifically, I want to look at getting rid of this. In fact, let's turn the projector off right now. There you are. The hell was that? Let's turn the projector off. We're going to clean this up. Get this taken care of. Also, while I'm working on this, because this is a little bit of brainless work, this past weekend, I had the pleasure of getting to play Dune Awakening. Kintar hooked me up.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
But Kintar hooked me up with one of the beta keys. He managed to score one. Okay, now my frame rate. Why is really frame rate already? Something's going on here. All right, I'll just work through it. There it goes. It's back again. I wonder. Okay, I got to check on something. But anyway, so I had the opportunity to play the Dune Awakening weekend, which, first and foremost, right out of the gate, essentially the best way to think of it is Conan Exiles, but on Arrakis. That right there will inform everything you need to know about Dune Awakening. Now, that is not a bad thing. There are lots of aspects of Dune Exiles, or of Dune Exiles, Conan Exiles, that is actually really good. Specific. Actually, I'll just look here, make sure it's not on the list. It's not. Okay. But essentially, Shadowlight. Let's take that out. And I hate to do this. Check this as well. But something's going on. Actually, I could probably remove next gen power and animation because I'm not using either one. Let's get rid of those. Just let's get rid of all those because I'm not using them either. Bullet trails. The doors. Tethers. Pipelines. We're going to get rid of that. There's actually quite a bit here that I can get rid of. Okay. Probably going to be angry with me, but oh well. So anyway, so Dune Awakening. First and foremost, it is actually a fun game. I had a lot of fun with it. I was playing online mostly with Kintar, a little bit by myself. The basic premise is Dune, but if the main character Paul Atreides had not been born. Now, unfortunately, there's also some weird anachronistic things that are happening because of that. And they also have to make concessions because it is first and foremost a video game. So it is not going to be 100% accurate to the books. It also stylistically borrows a lot from the movie, from Denis Villeneuve's Dune duology, which is not a bad thing. Honestly, if there's anything you can take away from Villeneuve's movie, It's that it is beautiful. The art direction is absolutely stunning. So there's that. The gameplay itself still has some of that Conan Exiles jank to it. It's better than Exiles in some respects, but you can definitely feel where there is room for improvement. Animations definitely need some work. They could do a lot more work in making the animations more fluid, in flowing from one animation into another. That would be great. Sandworms, absolutely epic and incredible. And they do present actual danger. There are a lot of situations where you need to move from one chunk of rocks to another, which means that there's open sand between you and that location. There were a lot of times where I had to watch, wait, and look out for sandworms to make sure that I didn't get eaten. And there were a couple of times when I almost did. Wait a minute. Where's my sandbox? Or where's my skybox? What the heck is going on? Save, exit. It's not one thing, it's another. Okay. Load. We'll get this fixed. That's kind of like modding in Skyrim. Let's see. Yeah, okay. That just put you at the top. All right. There was also. That's all correct. That looks good. So, all in all, I actually had a really good, fun time with Dune. As see something, I hate it when that happens. There we go. I think I got it. Ah, there we go. Overall, I actually am super stoked for the release of Dune. Now, I don't own a copy of it yet. I absolutely want the most expensive one. I want the most expensive one because it comes with one feature specifically that I want, which is the Caladan building set. Now, that's the other thing is I am actually really pleased with the fact that they also made daylight versus nighttime a major gameplay component. Not just, yep, there's daytime and yep, there's nighttime. During the daytime, if you are out in direct sunlight, you will start to fill up your sun meter, your heat meter. And once that maxes out, you start burning through water like mad until you get into shade, which again, really, really good work on. Once you get into shade, that meter starts going down until it hits zero again. So sunlight and shade really matter, which winds up reversing your typical game activity orientation. When you are playing a game, you typically tend to go out and explore during the day because it's easier to see things. And then at night, you tend to stay towards your base because of the fact that it's a little bit harder to see stuff. So you stay at your base, you get stuff done until it's daytime again. But with Dune, you wind up doing that opposite. At night, you go out and do as much exploring as possible because that's when it's nice and cool and you don't have to worry about the sun. And I find that a great adjustment to the usual sorts of gameplay that we're used to. And just in general, a lot of the game feels good. It feels like fun. There is a good natural progression to it. There are definitely some things that they could work out a little bit better. But I think overall, it is going in the right direction. Ooh, I could almost fit a whole other battery in there. But we're going to go ahead and take these sides off. Dramatic welding music, grinding music. That's what I was after. I am also kind of tempted to take out these modular cargo containers. I know, right? By the way, hey, CMC, how you doing, buddy? I could take out... Yeah, I could take those out and just put large containers in. Is there anything in there? There is. Okay. Nice. That is a good game. Let's move the special on that. Wait for it to empty. Awesome. Yeah, that's fine. I totally get it. I was like that for a little while as well. It gets sucked into how much depth there is for a game that is basically just
Inventory full.
run around and, sell drugs. Set up business chains, sell drugs. Try not to get caught. All right. Nope. That. This is where it's going to get a little complicated. Absolutely. Well, just in general, I think... Oh, I see. That is going to be a problem right there. I think what we're seeing is a great renaissance and a great resurgence of where video games used to be. Because when you really look at the video game startups from 40 years ago during the 80s, it really was a whole lot of independent guys doing really cool stuff because they had an idea and they wanted to do it. And so they did. They just went out, they made a video game. It was awesome. They made money and then they got bigger. That's where you got people like Sid Meier's and Peter Molyneux and all of the others that have come up over the years to give us really awesome stuff. And then at some point in time, because video gaming became so popular, it started making too much money. Oops. Actually, yeah, we'll get rid of that one as well.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yep, exactly. Made by a guy who was probably living in somebody's garage or working in somebody's garage. Didn't really have that much clue about video games in general, but they're like, I love computers. I will make it work. And then they did. And it was awesome. And it does make sense to a certain degree that over time, stuff like that's going to happen. Anything that gets popular enough is eventually going to become monetized all to hell. That's just the way of it. Would I, instead of one battle, let's put you there. Whole lot of space here to work with. Because power right now is one of the biggest issues that I'm dealing with. Either I'm not producing enough, all right, man. Have a good one, buddy. Stay out of trouble. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's get these welded up. Good man. Good man. What am I doing? Weld that. Thank you. Okay. Fun part is getting to do all of this to the other side. I'm actually almost tempted. No, I don't want to do that. I was thinking about taking out this central tank here and replacing it with other stuff. But it does, I mean, it is beneficial to have that here. And that is connecting up to the connector and back. Okay. So I'm mostly just trying to figure out areas that I can clean up. Let's also get a couple of those going. That's done. Perfect. Okay. Now I want to take out this side. I think I had this all the way up here like so. Yeah, I had that opened up all the way to here. This I had. Okay, cool. And those two thrusters. Go. Nothing. You so I can you. Ah. Okay. This up. And the nice thing is, it is great to be able to get a lot of this cleaned up and just, in general, make sure that I fix a lot of my original design faux pas, if you will.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
All right. Rid of that. These three stay. Good. There, thank you. All right. There's something off in that direction that the game just does not like. Don't know what it is. Do I have? Or no? I think I do. That goes that way. Okay. Kill it. I wish I knew what it was. Otherwise, I would. All right. So now I should be able to get 2 batteries in there. Yep. Excellent. That's going to help out a tremendous amount. Because what that's essentially going to do is it was just 1 battery in each side. I've now doubled that, so that'll also increase the amount of power we have available for the thrusters. The other thing I want to do is go ahead and get. I think I want to remove these thrusters here, as well as up front, and just get rid of all of these thrusters in favor of putting them on the wings. Because part of the problem is that we took so much damage up front that it basically made it impossible to try and fly. And we are absolutely going to be taking a bunch of damage up front. Oops. Place as well as It's something in the base that it doesn't like. When I look at that, I wonder if it's all of this stuff. Although I don't see why it would be all of that, because then again, it might be. Oh. Oh, those are on. That seems a little bit better. We'll see. That's possible. Let's just grab a ton of plates and try filling that up. No. I don't want to use up too many because I still have to use a lot of this for, like building. But which is weird that it doesn't like unwelded blocks. Because in a lot of the promotional stuff for Space Engineers, a lot of their vehicles have unwelded blocks, like plates and stuff. So it's weird that they wouldn't like it. But that'll be kind of a good start. I'll worry about it more later. All right. What I need to do here is I need interior plate. That is currently off. Good. I need to get that right there. And do the same thing right there. Put you in place. You in place. Now, well. Now, the nice thing is, since I am replacing the modular cargo containers, which are essentially mediums, with the large cargo containers, I'm now going to have more cargo capacity. Yay. The drawback is that also means that I will be holding more overall mass. So we're going to have to compensate at some point, somehow. Next up, I want a cap there. And a cap there. I think that'll be good. Yeah, that'll be fine. Let's get some armor. Let's see, 5 out. Get low on power. Also, at some point, going to need to get out to the ice lake and get some more ice because I'm getting low. Don't mix coffee in that yet. Ugh. Good stuff. Okay, all filled. Now let's cap this off with junction. And same with you. One of the things that I am also going to do is adjust the width of this show area. Go. Those done up. Awesome. And with the tanks kept inside of the body of the ship, that's really kind of the most important thing. That'll ensure that they're going to stay as safe as possible. However, that doesn't necessarily mean the rest of the vessel is going to be as safe as possible. So let's add some blocks there for reinforcement. That looks a little bit better. And then want need like a cluster of thruster so that I can put them on the back easily. Although I don't, it's not the rear thrusters that I need as much. It's the front thrusters. What if, no, I don't want to do that. Let's do, yeah, that should be good. And okay. That'll work. And a metal steel plate. This should give us a ton of extra reverse thrust. But I'm also going to set it up so that I have a lot of extra forward thrust as well. Excellent. And again, do a layer of those and there. This will just help to ensure some rigidity so that if it takes some shots, oh no. Next up, I need to consider some additional firepower on there. And I also want to have some more downward facing thrusters. So let's bring this in here. Do the sci-fi thrusters. There. There. Yes. Okay. That'll be good. So with the 4 large atmospheric thrusters, we'll now have enough overall electric-based lift that it should be able to handle the ship just flat out without any issues. Because that's been one of the biggest issues is if we lose some of the thrusters, we tend to lose the ability to just fly, period. But I also want let's do that. Steel again. I could actually use the T-junctions here. Yes. Three. And it's that and that. There we go. There. We should hopefully have enough downward thrust to keep this ship aloft, even if we lose a few. And then the top facing ones, maybe a few. But I also want to start looking at potentially adding ion thrusters to this for when we go up into space, as we will indeed at some point be going up into space. Again, I should say, we've already been there, so it's not like, ooh, we've never been to space. No, we plan to go back. Let me build around the wings here. build around the thrusters. That looks good. And once I get this kind of sorted out, I'll look at doing some proper shaping here to better follow the contours that I'm going with for the ship. Yeah. Okay. Now on the back side of this, or more specifically, maybe on the front side. We'll see. Because I also want to put some atmospheric reverse thrusters on here so that I can get rid of these up front. I can also get rid of these hydrogen ones. Let's get rid of the plates. Get rid of you guys. Basically, this is just a whole lot of cleanup work today.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, I love building repair. Cleaning everything up for me.
Inventory full.
Looks like I've got a lot of empty area right there that I can get rid of. Let's finish kind of cleaning up this. This up. I'm already like losing tons of looks like I've got to restart it already. God bless it. I wish I knew what it was that was causing that problem because I had this problem even on my old video card, so I know it's not a video card problem. Unless it's a memory leak somewhere. The other potential is that it's actually something like the HUD that I'm using. I would hate for it to be the HUD. You know what? For the sake of science, and because we have some time here, I think what I'm going to do is once we finish loading, I'm going to load back out. And I'm going to disable the HUD because I would rather try and eliminate certain variables one by one and figure out what it is than to continue dealing with this problem. Partly it's a pain in the ass for gameplay reasons, but it's also a pain in the ass because of the fact that it just makes for bad viewing content. And I hate doing that. So let us see about fixing this once I get loaded. God, I'd love to. Oh man. So this morning, speaking of getting loaded, I was playing some Diablo 3, just killing some time before the stream. When the general chat on the server that I was on started going weird. And generally, the chat in Diablo 3 is pretty mellow. Usually, it's somebody asking a question about gameplay or a particular. Um, yeah, no, it's. I'm gonna have to full on restart. Oh no. Yeah, I think I am. But usually it's like somebody asking a question or advice on a build, things of that nature. But for whatever reason, it devolved or it started with a guy talking about religion, the FBI, and something else being idiots. All in caps. And then somebody else chimed in, and it just kind of kept going from there. And it's like, the hell is going on here? Let's see if there's anything else that would really or should really get rid of. Don't need that. Let's turn that off. Okay. And then I've got to restart. I'd really love to figure out what the problem is. But whoever the two people started going back and forth at each other, and it's funny because it really felt like a moment when two bots start bitching at one another and then they just start going back and forth. It's like it just was really entertaining to watch. And of course, they were talking about being high, and I'm like, the hell are they putting in pot these days? Because I don't remember trying to be the most obnoxious person in the room when I was that stoned. Drunk, yes. Stoned, not so much. But whatever it is, definitely entertaining. it was it was something. All right. Now that we're done messing around with this, hopefully let's get it back up and running. I will eventually figure out what the problem is. I'm also kind of tempted to just start up a completely vanilla game and just see what the problem might be. And see if it is a mod problem versus a game problem. Okay. We can do this though. I have faith. Waiting for everything to load in. Okay. let's get back to work. And oh, no more steel plate. Yeah, that should work. Is that what it was too? Yep. Awesome. And that will actually have a purpose, as I do want to kind of round out the wings a little bit. Then I should be able to do these small ones. Do a couple there. Oh, apparently I need to make this wider. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Ah, let's get rid of these.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Hey guys, the inventory's full.
Inventory full. Inventory
All right,
full.
there we go. That signal is literally right there, so let's go pick it up. Come on. Come to Pop. Okay, did I get anything? Guess not. Ooh, 1,062. I love having the best grinder here because it's like those little signals just evaporate. All right. What I will want to do is let's that off. And you. That's two. There we go. Little ones here. Awesome. And then I can do those. Get rid of that. Don't think it'll matter too much. Probably not. But another one there. There. Can I comfortably get... Oh, wow. I completely ran out of hydrogen. Okay. Let's see. I probably should go see about getting more ice. Let's do that. That's kind of making the ship a little bit bigger than I like. Now we're going to try and take a slightly roundabout way because of the fact that I do have that base over there. Gotcha. Yeah, I was probably going to do a little bit little later on the stream. Just, do some base building, that sort of thing. For giggles. Kind of show off a little bit of the game. Yeah, she's still got a headache as far as I know. Plus, her and Mom are going to be going grocery shopping later today. Or they already have, I don't know. I get kind of locked into streaming, and then, I know, right? How dare she? Like, I told her that yesterday. I was like, she's not allowed to have a headache. She kind of smirked. So, back wheels. Honestly, this isn't a bad way to get home. Or to get out to the ice lake. It still stays relatively far away from the base. The real question is getting down to the ice. Which, here's our normal way. Ooh. Okay. Let's try not to throw ourselves into one of the ditches here. Although I could probably push myself out with the drill head, so
Notice me Kintar
Kinter. He's probably only half paying attention because A, he's at work and I don't hear nothing. And for an extra $20, it's going to stay that way. There's always a robot in SE. Let's just... Hey, Grumpy, how you doing, buddy? Staying out of trouble? Hopefully. Let's try and get as much ice. Ooh, I should also start up those. That's fair. Sometimes we don't seek out trouble, it seeks us out. Let's just finish. Go. We doing on ice so far? No, I can't check. Well, apparently. Here we go. Ice. Quite the considerable amount. But I want more. More, I tell you. Need to come up with a slightly better ice drill machine, I think. Probably more drills. In fact, wonder. That's what okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Is essentially what I do is I get rid of this turret that I have. And instead what I do is I have two long beams that are set up with pistons on hinges. And so what'll happen is that I get to a location, I unfold it, and it'll unfold out and spread. And then it'll have the drills also unfold out into their positions. And then it'll start being able to, I can have them push out and scrape the ice, and then just have it come back and forth and cut down deep into the ice. And just grab a whole bunch that way. I think I can make that work, and I think I can make that work really easily with event controllers, timer blocks, and just a whole lot of, well, luck. Okay, let's bring that up. Lock that off. Let's get turned around here. Start heading back. And that should give us a decent amount of hydrogen for a little while. Let's not give it a little too much mustard here. The extra thrusters really do help, though. Like, it's not a huge amount of help, but I also didn't need a huge amount. I just needed enough to be able to push it up hills, which is what I was looking for. So if you're ever looking for a little extra oomph for your carrying vehicles, but you don't want to put big giant thrusters on it, a couple of the flat atmospheric thrusters will actually be really useful. They'll go a long way towards helping out, giving you some extra engine power. But without also being kind of grotesque looking. That is a really easy route to follow. As I was saying earlier, though, I might have to, a little bit, break my no drilling. And specifically, I'm thinking I might have to break it for platinum or gold, as I'm not finding either one. Well, platinum I can find in asteroids pretty easily. Technically, I could find gold as well. But I don't currently have a ship that will survive going up into space and getting attacked by things. And that's one of the biggest concerns. Is I need to be able to survive, because even if I find the gold and the platinum, if I can't get it back, what's the point? So, like I said, I might have to break my no drilling rule with that, as gold is obnoxiously difficult to try and find in Boulder, let alone with actually being able to explore without causing a lot of other stuff to spawn. So. Extend power connector. Awesome. Okay, so currently I now have a bunch of ice getting turned into a bunch of hydrogen, which is then going to be filling up a bunch of hydrogen tanks. Let that run for a little while. Also, power-wise, we should be doing better as well. User batteries. Those. Yep. And what are we at? 48% on the batteries. Awesome. Let's also get some fuel in the vessel. 28%. Cool. All right. So what I've done so far is remove the thrusters from up front, or at least the hydrogen thrusters. Let's also get rid of these.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
That's fine. And then nope, I don't need that. Some of this though. And then what I'm thinking is we go ahead and put in some heavy armor blocks up here. Because again, part of the problem that it was facing was just how easily the front of the ship got ripped apart. It was ridiculously easy. And it actually negatively impacted our ability to do anything. Once we started taking those hits, that was it. They managed to take out one of the hydrogen tanks, or at least disable it. And then from there, it just was kind of like dismantling me piece by piece. So let's get rid of these lighter blocks here. In favor of the heavier ones. And then also want to get rid of those. Signal goodbye. Okay. Oh, there was something inside. I wonder. Let's drop. Leave that. Okay. So where's the front? That's what I want to know. Guessing that's the front. that's the front. I guess. But I'm not entirely certain I want to use these. So, no. I could not use those. I see. So essentially, I have a couple of options as far as like weapons go. Ooh, I could do fixed autocannon, but I don't really want to do those. I think this is kind of the best to go for. Okay. Yeah, we'll just leave it like this. And damn it. Get up here. Well, thank you. Welcome. Yeah. Nope. Been here for a little while. Let's see. Is that one tall lad? Yeah, sure. Let's see. Not sure how I feel about this. Because I want to fill this in with something, but I don't know what. How's your day going so far? So funny story. Um, so far this thing, awesome, good to hear it. So far this thing has been in 2 actual proper engagements. Both times it got its ass handed to it. Uh, that base over there is a problem. And then I had taken this up into space and got absolutely ripped apart. So I am working on trying to get more armor on it while also being able to fix some of its shortcomings, like not being able to take a punch. So that's what I am working on at the moment. Let's actually fill that in. And light blocks there. That builds up real quick. Awesome. And at some point, I will have enough components that I can actually finish its shield generator. Oh, probably Reavers. Reavers do that. And yep, I got them too. Thruster components. How many thruster components do I have? Now, plus the gravity components. All one gravity component. Do I have one gravity component? It's a mix of light and heavy armor. But then I do also have a shield generator on here. Unfortunately, I don't have enough material to finish making the shield generator. I'm a little bit low on stuff. I need, let's see, that's a little better. Need gold. So if I do disassembly, get a little bit of gold out of that. It's like the one gravity component. And then, how many more thrusters do I have? 7. 7. Okay. Now, question is, what do I need for this? 26 field emitters. That is going to require way more gold than I have. Way more platinum. That's, yeah, that's going to be part of my problem. Okay. So, have a couple of decisions here. I'm currently running on a no mining rule, except for boulders and asteroids, if it's a surface deposit. However, that is also limiting what I am capable of doing to such an extent that I'm not able to get a lot done at all. Ish. I might need, let's see. Well, first of all, I should probably get this done. Then I can go ahead and we'll look at let's get that. Nope. Oh, all that is holy. There we go. If should be able to also go ahead. Nope, that one. And then I need there. There. Okay. Finally, that was all right. There we go. Let's get that welded up. Trying to see. Nope, wrong one. Oh, I bet I need frames. Yep, metal grids. Gotcha. Some of those. There we go. Now I should be able to go ahead and take this out. Yes. Nope. There. How did that just... Oh, I see. That got turned on. Auto rotate, which sucks. There. Now I can also go ahead and take out this front section here, replace it with some heavy armored blocks. Now that is, of course, making this a little bit heavier, but that should also make this section a little bit more robust. And the front, at least, will be able to take a few more hits. That's the hope. That should also hopefully keep my teeth from getting kicked in. Fill in. Same here. That. Oh, it's raining some more. Nice. There. It's not going to be the prettiest thing, but don't always need pretty. I need functional. I need it to be able to survive. There we go. That looks a little bit better. be able to repaint that. All right. Next up. Start getting the wings armored up. And specifically on some of these leading edges here, I'll use the heavy armor blocks, as I will most likely be getting shot at the most from the front. Don't plan on getting shot in the back all that often, but of course, you know, that can happen. And go. Awesome. Yes. Yep. More metal grids. Production. You know what? Just make like 100 of them. No, no, not that. Make 100 metal grids. There we go. Okay, so what kind of seeing here is this in. And grab some more steel plate. And just grab it. All gonna get used anyway. This. I don't want that. I want this. Yes. And I love how dramatic the music gets while you're constructing stuff. Not sure I like that transition. I might need to change. This.
Welcome all you lovely people. Hope your weekend went well. Cruise Butt says what lols.
Hey Matt, how you doing, buddy? There. Probably fix that. Because I try not to have completely straight lines all the time. And the wings, there you go. I don't like always having completely straight surfaces all the time. This is one of those that I'll possibly change this up a little bit. Let's not do that there. Looks like I might. Yes, it does. It definitely does. I know Fant and I were going to be doing a tank battle, and that was one of the key components of the tank that I was working on, was a lot of angled armor to try and deflect as many shots as possible. Unfortunately, we never actually got a chance to do the tank battle, which makes me sad, but, you know, it is what it is. Going to have to redesign that end of the wing. I already can feel it. I can just tell. Not going to be happy with it. Oh, what are we doing? Holy crap! And we are full of hydrogen. So this definitely needs to get kind of built. Yeah. There. Actually, yes, I think I like that. These be this. New. I will do it like that. Yeah, there we go. That actually feels kind of nice. That feels good. Cruz is happy. Wow, it's really raining out there. There we are. Happy cruise noises. Basically, I'm just not allowed to make those on stream. However, if you check out my OnlyFans, let's see. No, you didn't hear nipples on stream. I mean, I could. It'd be the last stream I ever do, but I could. Damn it, Hollows. You had one job. You have failed me yet again, Starscream. fun part is going to be doing all of this, but on the other side. That and that. That. Wasn't quite what I had envisioned. And it still needs a little bit of work. But it's getting there. Like, that's the direction I wanted to take it in. I mean, I guess technically I could do something like that. Not sure of the effectiveness of it, but I could do something like that. Let's also... let's get rid of these. And this is true. It definitely would be content. What if instead of that, do... No, we don't want to see my toes, trust me. There are some toes that should just remain unseen. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. I was watching a short from Rick Beato, and he was talking about one of the things that he's been thinking about specifically is how this generation musically doesn't have a sort of defining characteristic. Because when you look at music from the past 100 years, you had during the 30s and 40s, you had swing. During the 50s and 60s, you had rock. The 70s was absolutely, like the late 70s and up until I'd say mid 70s, you had disco. Like that was the disco era. Then the 80s and 90s were very definitely pop. Like that was just all pop. Or I should say 80s was pop. 90s you had the start of grunge and alternative. The 90s was, or the 2000s was a very different kind of pop. And everything up until like this, I would say past 10 years, there's nothing that really defines it the same way. And it's true. You cannot explicitly go, this is the type of music that defines our sort of musical zeitgeist right now. And so he wound up calling it the non-genre generation, if you will, or something to that effect. But what I thought was, there you go, the cats. I will show off the cats. One of the comments actually called this the algorithm or algorithmic genre. Because when you really look at what music is popular, it's based off of what the algorithm is essentially pushing. What the algorithm sees as being popular. And it's frighteningly true. I don't think there is one specific genre of music that is sort of the definition of our current sort of society, if you will. It's based off of what the algorithm is going to push based off of what people are watching. There we go. That makes me happier. Which is kind of sad in a way, if you think about it. We used to actually be able to sort of define the era of our music based off of what was popular overall. And now we don't really have that definition to fall back on. Maybe that's part of our problem. Is we just cannot define ourselves like we once used to be able to do. And it's why so many people feel lost, I would say. Because a lot of people do feel like we've sort of lost our soul, we've lost our sense of self and identity. And I can definitely agree with that to a certain extent. There are times where it feels like we as a peoples don't have a definable thing. But then again, maybe that could also just be sort of the next step towards. Yeah. There you go. But maybe that's also part of our societal evolution. Is that instead of having a bunch of individually identified pockets of humanity, we have to first lose our identity. Yeah, there you go. We have to first lose our sense of self, our sense of individual identity before we can kind of re-conglomerate as a more cohesive, singular organism on a worldwide scale. And then eventually there will come the point where that sense of sort of loss goes away. And we actually do, gain a better, more cohesive sense of self as an entire world, not just not just a few tribes here and there. Then again, I could also just be 100% wrong. That happens sometimes. So, no. There. There, that feels better. Yeah, give it some extra lines and whatnot to look at. There. Okay. Now the fun part is a lot of this stuff. I don't want. Oh, I know why. Rid of those. that. Good to hear. What if I do this? Yeah, there we go. Maybe. That doesn't look too bad. But I'm not 100% sold on it yet. Having the backside kind of trail outwards like that, kind of flare it out, doesn't make me unhappy like it would. That's kind of how I gauge my build. Does looking at this make me unhappy? If no, we're okay. If yes, reconsider. Yeah, there you go. Nope, I can't do that yet. Yes. That's going to be weird. Don't think I have any slopes for this. No, I don't think I do. What if because I don't think I have anything that will fit. Like that almost works. That, oh, no. Oh. Like that is such a very specific shape that I just don't think I'm going to have anything that'll work there. So what we can do here is maybe something. like that. And I might have a bit of armor that will fit. Wait a minute. That. There we go. There we go. Yeah. And I just need. Nope. 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 This is a huge pain in the ass, but we're getting there. I'm almost done, I think, with this wing. And then it's just a matter of doing it on the other side. Although once I get this kind of figured out, doing the other side becomes a lot easier. Then it's not so bad. Nice. Okay. Let's do. Is that precisely what I was looking for? Apparently it is. That is exactly what I was looking. Okay. Cool. I want to take the bits off here. Ah. Oh, you're heading to there. Okay. Like, who the hell are you trying to get permission from? Ain't nobody here by that name. Oops. There we go. And there. Yes. No. I've run out of steel plate. So let's make some more. Yeah. Yeah, Hollows. How many seaman demons have you kicked? That's fair. Probably a good idea not to answer that particular question. I'm not saying it's a lot. I'm not saying it's a little either. Uh, okay. That one. Oops. There we go. Hey, how you doing, Cedric? That. Other ones, I think. Almost. Almost. Dang. Almost get the correct transition out of this. Almost. What if that? Oops. Maybe one of these. It's like it's close to what I need. Wait a minute. There we go. Got it. Just had to spin it the right way. Yeah, too much driving can definitely be a huge pain in the ass. Not that I've done a lot of it lately, thank the Lord. Oh, you're right. Right there. Okay. You know what? Let's go collect that one. And yes, more cowbell. Everybody needs more cowbell, including the cowbell. Let us collect this. Oh, hey, it's got lights on it. And power off. Power off. Power off. And power off. There we go. Oh, well, okay. 1,600 miles is a bit of a stretch. That is no small feat. However, when you live in the US, it is kind of like, oh, so it's you know, like I don't see. Trying to remember how many miles away it is. Because, so when we first moved to the state that I'm in now, we were living out more towards sort of the center, the western part of the center of the U.S., in a state called Colorado. We drove all the way from there to the East Coast, which in and of itself is no small feat. Let's see. You know what? Yeah. So, little bit of a trip. I know. No, that one stays. And that. I am out of steel plate. Now I am not out of steel plate. Oh, thank you. It's 2 years, but thank you. It doesn't exactly like, that's the funny thing is it's like, I'm not going to tell anybody how long it is. They're just going to have to guess. Thanks. But yes, 2 years as an affiliate. More bastards. There, yeah. So from one end to the other of the U.S., which is funny because somehow you have been doing it. You have subscribed to me longer than I've been an affiliate. Like what? But you know, Twitch is weird like that. I actually want to do that. There we go. Still, like, this feels weird and a little bit awkward. And I'm not 100% happy with it. I have a feeling I'm going to have to change this. There you go. Hollows does whatever the hell Hollows wants. It's starting to look a little bit better, I think. What if? Nope. You're definitely a sauce. I'm just not sure I would call it awesome. Let's actually do that there. All right, fair enough. You are mostly awesome sauce. With fewer calories than the leading awesome sauce. All right, I'm going to take a short break here. Grab myself a snack. Kind of hungry here. Kind of ruminate a little bit over the shape of the wing because I'm still not happy with it. It feels weird. I actually had a mouth orgy last night. I'm kind of okay with this. Now we just need some tiki torches. A mouth orgy is basically a bowl of ramen for people who don't know. It's a long story, kind of an inside joke. But yeah, no, I had one last night. It was delicious. Haha. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take a short break. Have myself something to eat. I'm going to kind of ruminate over this wing for a little bit. And I shall be back in just a few. Break. There we go. That was good. Thank you. Okay. I don't like the way this nose looks.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory
No, I just
full.
had a sandwich.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Hey guys, the inventory's full.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
I will eventually. But for now, it shall remain full. There we go. That feels better. I was actually quite annoyed with how that looked. I was like, that just does not feel good. Okay. I also changed some of this. I'm not certain. However, one of the things that I want to look at is I actually want to go ahead, and if you guys are fine with this, I want to jump over to Dune Awakening for a little bit because the beta weekend is almost over, and I want to do a little bit of building in that on stream. What I want to build is most likely going to require a little bit of time. So, what we're going to do is save, and it looks like it's entirely possible that the HUD I was using, excuse me, the Norca HUD was causing the problem. Which is a shame. Alright, so save. And yes. Awakening. Dune. Holy shit. There's 30,000 people watching Dune Awakening right now on Twitch. We are not modded though. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna have to add it. I just realized. Asset games. Wait for the game to actually get started. Anytime now. Are we actually going to start Dune? Or are we just going to sit here and pretend? Where is it? I think we're just going to sit here and pretend to start the game. Oh, nope, there it goes. It was just being slow AF. Oh, wow. Okay. Did I already add it to stream? I don't think so. All right. Oh, I bet I know what it is. Yeah, it's Lords of the Fallen. Yep, that's what it is. Okay. Let's do game capture. Dune Awakening. Okay. Capture a specific window. There we go. Okay. Just going to go ahead and continue. Now, what's really interesting is that the population right now for the individual servers looks to be capped out at 60, which, if you've ever played Grand Theft Auto, 60 people really isn't that much for a large enough map. It's still enough that you're going to come across people, which is cool. But that's not that many. Um, and yet, like it feels like the server should have more available, even though it doesn't. All is okay. Want to grab. Should we grab those? Let's do small vehicle fuel cell. Bit of plant fiber. Also, two. So Kintar and I have actually played a considerable amount over the weekend, and we've had a great time. In fact, yesterday, so um, up in the top left hand corner there, you can see the fifth trial of Akal. Those are sort of pseudo story based locations that you need to go to that will unlock various capabilities for your player as you progress through them. One of which was funny because we were going all over the map to try and get there. So we were over here. We've been over here. We were over here. We were all over the place in this region specifically, trying to find what we were after. Eventually found it. Eventually did it. It was pretty cool. But definitely interesting. I'll also explain some things here in a second. Scratch this. Nope, that's fine. Okay. All right. So the way that things work in this, is that a what the hell was that? Spice blow maybe? Oh yeah, spice blow. Might have to go check that out. It looks almost like it's close, but I don't know. Let's drop off you. And swap out. There we go. Okay. Let's hop on sand bike here, which is the vehicles for this are actually kind of fun so far. This is the only vehicle that you really normally have access to during the beta. There is one that you can kind of get, which is a sand buggy. Essentially, it's like a four-person tank-ish vehicle. That spice below at. I think it's on the other side of. Yeah, I think it's on the other side of the barrier where I cannot get to. Because let's go out here a little bit. Nope. That is a sandworm. Well, sort of. So, okay. There are areas where you can go and sandworms won't bother you. Okay, that's cool. Okay. So open areas like this, sand in between rock. Sandworms are primarily going to be in these areas and they will attack you and they will eat you. If a sandworm completely devours you, or if a sandworm just devours you, period, you lose literally everything. All of your gear, all of the items in your inventory. If you're on a vehicle, it'll get rid of your vehicle. It just gets rid of everything. Just fresh, clean start, if you will, so to speak. Now, you don't lose your base and anything in your base. Oh, Shazma, get out of the sun. Get on there. Thank you. So, the rocks are going to be a safe area, and you may see a sandworm come up onto the rocks, but it will never be able to get you while you're up here. So you're safe. There are settlements that you can go to that are basically their trading posts. They'll have NPCs here that you can talk to. There's a location where you can usually park your vehicle, so it'll be safe. That's what all of these guys are here for. there's NPCs that you can talk to that will generally offer. There's like a trader. There's sometimes a trainer here. Things of that nature. And just like any other survival game, you're resource gathering and building supplies and stuff like that. Let's go ahead. And there was a particular area that we were at that I want to look at. First of all, is there any drum sand? Of course. Right in front of me. Let's not go there. Alright. So what we have is these red patches are types of sand. This in particular is drum sand. So as you are driving over drum sand, it will actually increase the likelihood of a worm being able to see you. Well, that is a spice worm. And you'll see there's a little bar down there that shows you. Shit. There's a little bar down there that shows you whether a worm is like locked onto you or not. You're down there. Drum sand in my way. First of all, my leader John go. Oh, I must not have picked it back up. That is what I want to look for, what I'm keeping an eye out for. Plumes of dust. Large plumes of dust. That's usually indicative of a worm nearby. I want to stay away from places that may give away my position to a worm. And I want to find locations where I can get to where it's safe. Like, nope, not sticking around there. There is some PvP, though I haven't engaged with it.
Someone's here.
I heard
Where's my backup?
Food, awesome. You can also collect blood from NPCs that you killed, and then refine blood into water, which you generally want to do. Now, I'm not sure. I have boots. Damn. You also get a set of abilities based off of what your like training school is and whatnot, which is useful. Let's drop off that. Yes. Yep. See somebody there. Looks like we should be all right. Now, what's interesting is spice is actually supposed to be green on the surface, not purple. Ooh, no, thank you. I know, right? Let's put shoes back on. Are those the soft step boots? Yeah. There are also Sardaukar patrols that are trying to find you at night. There's like all of these different things that are constantly trying to conspire against you. It's like, but I don't need all this stuff. Oh, that's why, because it's drum sand. That's why it was. All right. Let's get out this way. Shit. Should be good out here. And I'm trying to make it out to over. Think where we were at. I think we were over in here or over in here. I think it was over here that I kind of wanted to get out to. Specifically because of the fact that there was a patch of white powdery sand. Kind of see it there. That's flour sand, which is useful for a few things construction wise. But there was a patch that was on non open sand. So you could farm it without getting caught out by a worm. Attack. Western Vermilius Gap, which I told Kintar yesterday when we were playing. That sounds like a Harry Potter name. Start working my way through here. In fact, this is the exact spot where I said it too. As we were over here exploring this. That's the other thing, is that this is a lot of fun to actually go out and explore. We had a really good time yesterday just exploring the map, looking for trouble to get into. Should also do, because I need it. Let's a little bit of mining here, which I love the way the mining in this works. I think that's the location that I was. Go. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the spot. And essentially, it doesn't consider that location open sand, even though technically it should be. Looks like somebody else already had the bright idea to. So if I come out here, I should start seeing. It should start letting me see vibrations on the sand, but it doesn't. There's the Sardaukar, though. Okay, so what I want is to find my vehicle. Also, the sound design of this is amazing. So many of the things just sound like super ominous. Okay, so what I want to do is I believe go ahead. And I saw a really nice spot that I want to build in back here. Okay. Kind of like the look of this spot. So, grab inventory, drop off that. Iron ore, grab you. That. Okay. Let's swap out to our constructor. Really? Why is this a no building zone? Oh, probably because of the camp. Okay. Go up this way. Or that. That is a whole lot of open desert out there, by the way. That that place scares the shit out of me, I'll be honest. The idea of being caught out there without a way to escape worms is kind of frightening. That. Let's see. I'd actually like to know where. There it is. Found it. Nailed it first try. Head already? It's beautiful. Seeing a guild highliner just hanging out there is impressive. Let's see. Let's see about finding a suitable location for construction purposes. Head out this way. This thing's definitely rugged. Okay. This is where it's going to get a little bit fun and commercially exciting. Looks like a ship exploded over there. Or I should say crashed over there. It's directly in front sand right there. If I aim for this direction, and then as soon as I get to the location churn a little bit like that, I should be able to miss the drum sand. This is where it gets scary. That almost looks like worm sign, but I know it's not. All right, we should. And we're sick. Ish. Yeah, that blue force field is a location you can't go out to. Like you can't get past that shield. No, maybe not, because there's a camp right there. Another camp right there. Just trying to find a decent location. Isn't taken up by camps or other people already. This doesn't look too bad. What I want to do. Let's around a little bit. Kind of like this. Let's see if it'll let me build here, shall we? Oh, I see. That ramp is a no-build zone. Got it. Okay. Basically, they're trying to keep people from blocking off locations. Which, what I want to build would keep that from happening. The advanced sub 5 console. There we go. Did it let me do another one? It would. Okay. Oh, that's open desert. Let's not do that. Okay. So what I want to do here is first pick up some of this stuff. Let's move. And the idea that I had for this is let's do foundation. Okay. Bring this right up edge. this. Awesome. There we go. That's what I want. Now, I don't know if it's going to be that full width, but this at least. And the idea here is this is where my garage is going to wind up being. And I also plan on allowing or having it be an archway so that crikey, so that vehicles will be able to still go through it. I have to move the sub 5 indoors, which won't be a problem. Okay. Let's then do walls. That. Wall. Do Let's go ahead and see about getting a roof on this to start off with, just so that I have some sort of shelter to protect me from the sun. There we go. And let's also always, like I said, I can always move these after the fact. Okay. And blood purifier. Okay. You. S- This shade. There we go. Awesome. Deposit some blood. And now we have water. Oh, I do have my leader, John. Where is? Why do I not see it? Oh, because that's why it was taking up a slot that it didn't need to. There we go. Okay. So blood is purifying. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go get some more, but that's not a problem. Let's go back to our thing. And I really like the way that this works. It's a much better way of constructing compared to Exiles, Conan Exiles, which on its own is actually a really good game as well. Let's get these walls in place. Yeah, Conan is a good game. And this does share a lot of DNA with Conan. Like something got placed somewhere like it wasn't supposed to. I did. There we go. Awesome. All right, this is kind of the start of what I'm going for. I'm going to need take that out and that out. And
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
oh, awesome. There we go. This is cool. So if we zoom out, you can actually look to see where the sandstorm is and which direction it's going in. So this one here shows the sandstorm. And I don't know exactly what the numbers stand for. I don't know what they overall mean. But I do know that sandstorms are something you don't want to be outside in. Now, this storm will cover a large chunk of the map. So you'll probably see some of it down here. Yep, there it is. Looks like it's going to be skirting mostly past us. No, some of it's hitting us. And it does.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We are now engulfed in the sandstorm. And there's a worm over there. There's a lot of really good, useful information that the map actually does give you. There are lots of little things, and this is something that Kintar and I were talking about yesterday while we were playing, is that while there are aspects of the game that I feel, at least on a personal level, are amiss, there are so many small details that they've added that they didn't really need to, that really just help solidify the game and make it a little bit better. One of the big things being that if you're on your sand bike and you go down a hill, um, but if you go down a hill on your sand bike, it will increase its speed. And not every game does that. In fact, a lot of them don't, which is pretty cool. Let's actually hold on to that. That spice for that iron. Okay, let's go find some rocks. As I mentioned previously, they've actually done a really good job with being in the light or in the shade, which even Warframe seems to have had problems with that. Warframe's been out for a long time. That. So we're both kind of excited to see where the game goes. Nope. But I can do that. There will be a PvP full loot air. Well, there will be the deep desert, which apparently is supposed to be an area that will, on a weekly or bi-weekly or whatever basis, change up. I think it's every
Prove
month.
yourself.
Awesome. There we go. Grab what you have. But all in all, it feels like they really are at least attempting to make a good game out of this and doing a fairly decent job with the sort of gameplay formula that they're used to. A la Conan Exiles. All right. By the way, if you have your shield on and you go out onto the desert, you will attract a worm. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. You will attract a worm. Which, again, is cool. Awesome. And let's drink. Perfect. All right, now we can get started on doing some more here. Let's do 3 there. Interesting. Put there, there. Come on, there we go. Get there we are. That will sort of inform the direction we're going in with this. All right, let's get this in place. Go. And like I said, I'm going to build this as sort of a pseudo archway so that people will be able to travel through it. I won't have a problem with them doing that. In fact, that's the entire point and purpose of this build. That's going to have to change. So is that okay? Not that I'm really expecting a lot of people to come through here. So, okay. But I definitely wanted something, whoops, something interesting. Let's do inclines and then shallow incline here. Or we can just crash. Nope. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's unique, but we'll run with it. And they also did a good job with the sand effects. Like the sand actually moving under your feet. There we go. Looks interesting, and that'll eventually even out. And then walls put you there. Probably gonna have to go get some more stone. And I'm out of stone. Like I said, I have to go get some more. Let's copy more. Eventually, I'll actually need some of that as well. Go. More stone. So now there there is also a tool that you can get that allows you to basically save your building and move it to another location. Kind of like a blueprint in it actually it feels really good. It's surprisingly good. There's still a good bit of jank. It is a fun comp game, but overall, it feels surprisingly good for what it is. Like, although one of the issues that Kintar and I had yesterday is that periodically I would just disappear off of his screen. I was still there. He could still interact with me, but my player model was just gone. So at one point, we're driving around on one of the sand cruiser, and he's riding on the back of it in the passenger seat, and there's nobody in the driver's seat, even on his screen. On my screen, I was driving it. Yeah, stealth 100. But it definitely has all the earmarks of a good game. Whether or not Funcom can actually pull it off long term has yet to be seen. I'm hopeful though. They seem to actually be doing an okay job with it. Hey, there goes the sandworm. Or if he's going to pop up. You will also sometimes periodically see the sandworms, like just cresting out of the sand. Combat feels a little clunky. It's not terrible, but it definitely needs some work. It's very definitely a fun comp game in that respect. It does have some interesting abilities, though. So, for instance, that's not it. That was not what I wanted. I'm so used to other games and their keyboard shortcuts. Let's see if we can start a fight up here. If there is anybody to fight. Sometimes the areas that you're in will actually have NPCs, sometimes they won't. Doesn't look like this is. Let's check up here. That. Here we go. Headshots do actually matter. The gunplay actually isn't too bad either. I was surprised at how not sucky it is. It actually feels decent enough. Like, it's not great by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not terrible either. I've definitely played far worse. And overall, it does feel good control wise. Like, it's responsive. That's that. So, all in all, if you don't mind overlooking some of its flaws, which it does have a few, I'm not going to say it's a perfect game, but if you don't mind kind of overlooking some of those flaws, it is a lot of fun. It's not one to one on Dune. It feels like it's based more off of the movie than it is off of the book in terms of the world building. Because of the fact that the story itself is based off of the idea, as I mentioned previously, that Paul Muad'Dib is never born. Paul Atreides, I should say. So, yeah, there you go. That is fair. Let's get this done. And go. And yeah. And honestly, their build system isn't too bad. It feels adequate and is easy to use. So all in all, and considering how popular it is right now, even for their weekend beta, yeah, beta, their weekend beta, I think there is a lot of excitement around a game like this. Go, which is good. All right, let's see. What else do I have for walls? That would be kind of a normal wall, I guess. Let's do this. Do this. That is not what I wanted. And wedge ones. I want that one. There we go. One thing that they don't do, that's true. It very definitely has a specific style all of its own, which thank God. I don't think I could stand another one of those games. Go there. Also, the sandworms, they have done a fantastic job on. They do hit you with that pucker factor. Okay. Yes. That's what I'm at. Then I want. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I don't know if it's actually in the options or not. I haven't bothered to look. Let's check real quick. Hi, thank you for the follow there, Rebecca Jewell. Display graphics, shadows. I don't see screen shake. Interesting. Oh, one of those. And not actually watching the stream. No, I can't. I don't. I have a problem with my fingers. I can't chat. Could you reply in voice? All right. I want. Not that. Lines. Put stairs there. Which. Here we go. And I want. That there. I mean, it happens. I think everybody's suffering from finger problems. Okay. Oh, I should. Deposit more blood. And then drink. Also, the game does have still suits. I'm currently wearing one. And it really does, as you go up in level in terms of what still suit you're wearing, it will then go ahead and collect more water for you. Kind of. Bear Grylls wishes he were this awesome. But I think all in all, it is a fun game. I really enjoy it. Kintar really enjoys it. Like, it's one of those, I find myself, thinking about it when I'm not playing it. And just in general, it is a fun game for a change. And it does actually have some difficulty to it. Yesterday, Kintar and I were taking out, or we're going through one of the installations.
Reveal yourself.
Right here.
You're not leaving here alive.
Ow. Oh, ow. Fuck you, buddy. So, one of the things in Dune, the book, for those of you who may or may not have read it, is that shields will basically deflect anything that is at high speed or high velocity. And so, one of the things that they have developed is a form of fighting where they will typically use fast strikes to create openings against an enemy or an opponent that is wearing a shield. And then once they have that opening, they will use a slow thrust to penetrate the shield and kill whoever's inside of it, or at least wound them if at all possible. Well, you can do that in this, where you can actually do a slow thrust in order to get through a shield. Also, one of the interesting things, and I think this is just a good gameplay mechanic, is that if you have a projectile weapon and you start firing it, your shield will go down while you're firing. So that way you're not bouncing projectiles off the inside of the shield, which, kind of makes sense. But then on top of that, after you finish firing, there is a slow or a brief recharge point where it will then bring the shield back up, which is pretty cool. It's 2. Jesus, this is a lot of mines. What I wanted, but nope. I want grenades. The hell? I didn't realize. Nope, we're good. I don't need to be in here right now. Mostly looking for stone anyway. That's also. Go. Actually liking the way that this is starting to turn out. I think what I'll do. Nope, not that. That. Rid of that one, so that way I can put. There. Awesome. God, I love the sound of that. walls. Actually, now that I think about it, let's make you windowed so that I can look out into the desert. There. There's also lots of different building styles too, which is cool. The hell was that? Let's put new windows up here so that it's easy to look down into the central area. So if I need to, I can look to see who's down there. Oh, there are no platforms, or at least interesting. And awesome. It looks like it's now nighttime. The day night cycles go quick enough that it never feels like you're stuck. I don't know what Landry's up to right now, so I don't know. Um, they are very similar to Conan. The whole game, as best described, is Conan Exiles with with Dune thrown on top of it, and that's more or less how it feels. Like if you have to describe it to somebody, that would be the best way to describe it, because that's how it feels. Conan Exiles too. Yeah, if yeah, there you go. In all honesty, Kintar, she may not even notice that she's gotten a message from an Exiles. Yes, there you go. I mean, that definitely wouldn't hurt. I don't know if they've gone to the store yet or not. Okay. I eventually want. Oh yeah, you can't walk on something that's not there. go. Let's see. Yeah. The nice thing is you do actually have quite a bit of overall height and room to build with. They're not stingy, that's for certain. I like that. It feels like they're really trying to reward creativity. No, no structural integrity, thank God. Or at least if there is, they haven't enabled it. Because I know that was one of the things that they had in Conan Exiles. And it works in Conan. It really does, because it does work with the whole siege warfare aspect of it. But in this, it would feel kind of unnecessary. Yes. It is nice that they do that. Yeah. There have been a lot of games where it's like, you have to guess which direction you're actually facing in this. Good luck. The nice thing is that for like 90% of the actual building itself, you only need stone. There are some pieces that may need a little bit more than just stone, but for the most part, it is just stone. So that's nice. There's no explicit difficulty options. It is an MMO light, so you are playing with other people on the server, and so they are all, oops, um, it's kind of like GTA online in that respect. It's not the same type of server client architecture. It's just that it is a small community of people per server. Right now, the max number is 60 people per server. PVE only in most areas, so I'm not going to have to worry about other people. Haga Basin is okay. But no, you don't have to defend yourself against anybody, at least in like this area. So in here, all of this is all primarily PVE. There is a PvP spot, the wreck of the Actaeon. Actaeon. This is PvP. But otherwise, there we go. Well, there's also still a lot of systems that are not currently in the game yet. So, for instance, writing sandworms, kind of, yeah, because I know we had talked about that. But actually, the flower sand spot was over here. But there was already a whole bunch of people that were in this spot. So I just said screw it and moved over here. And then it was kind of difficult finding a location where I could build in the way that I wanted to. So, but I did, and it's all good. Yeah, so far, loot wise, the best loot comes in two forms: the loot that you can research, and then these sort of blueprints that you find. So far, we haven't been forced into PvP to find the best loot. It's just like most other games in that respect. I've got. I kind of like the way that they do the tool belt here. I like this. But it shows like what equipment your character has, and then what items that you have on you, that sort of thing, and then your inventory. You do have a certain amount of volume. I don't know about stats exactly. I think everything has a set of stats. I haven't come across any odd deviations like that, but there are sets of some items. Nothing that gives you a set bonus per se, but like still suit, for instance, you're going to want the full thing because that's going to give you the full benefit of a still suit. Um, but just in general, it's kind of a laid back sort of game. I think is the best way to describe it. It has difficulty, but it itself is not difficult. Some of the well, like okay, so here's an interesting thing for research. That's true, Kindar. We don't have the full end game yet, but for research, you get. And let me turn off my camera real quick. Okay. So in the upper right hand corner here, you have this intel. Essentially, what that is a number of research points that you have available. Every level up, you get 5. And then there are areas scattered around the map where you can collect more. So some of these camps may show, like Flat Rock Outpost here. This outpost shows 0 of 1 intel. So that means that you can go here, explore it, and collect intel for more intel research points. And every time you collect one of these, you get another 5. And that'll be used to unlock the various research items that are available here. which is always a good idea. But then you also have these special items that you can collect and build one off of. Okay, gotcha. Fair enough, Rockstar. If you want to collect AMD, you're on the wrong planet. But there's just lots of little things. Ooh, that'd be useful. That just go a long way towards spicing it up and making it more interesting than just generic generic survival game. Yeah, I should probably be paying attention here. So far, yes, it is just a buy one sort of game. I don't think they've announced anything about subscriptions, or at least if they have, I haven't seen it. But that doesn't mean much. They have a habit of doing the buy one sort of games. Aside from, like DLC and stuff like that. Which I would be totally okay with. I would not be against them doing DLC or those sorts of things as long as it keeps the game free. Yeah. Or at the same time, if they brought out items that you paid for but were on par with stuff that you could earn in game of the same level or same tier, I would be okay with that too. If that makes sense. Not that I've ever seen. That's one thing Funcom has actually been pretty good about.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, cool. Let's go sit in here. Oh, also, I'm mostly building just to build. You don't explicitly need a lot of room, but you do need a little bit. And they do give you some. They give you a decent amount of room overall. Where is the sandstorm at? Ah, there it is. Oh, wow, that is just coming right across.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, really? Yep, there it is. Let's see if I'll be okay here. I should be sheltered. Oh, yeah. That's because I was showing something off. Let's put that. I picked it out. Once the sandstorm goes past, I'll show you how that works. And it's actually a really easy thing to do too. Essentially, you have let's go over here. You have these items called sub-fife consoles. There's a sub-fife and then an advanced sub-fife. One is bigger than the other. And when you put it down, it will give you a large chunk of space to build in.
A rude sandstorm.
Nice. um, Obviously, the advanced one is bigger. Okay, and that right there is that is an absolute correct point to make. And it's one of the things that I have to overlook because of the fact that it's a game. However, no, it's Fife. IE is Fife. Here, let's look it up. How to pronounce. I guess it is Fief. Holy shit.
Fief.
That's the dumbest way to pronounce that word. Why would you put the I there? Now, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. Okay. But anyway, so once you put down this item here,
FEF.
wow, it just straight up pronounced it. But once you put down this item here, then it goes ahead and gives you what's more or less this blue square. What is your name? Beef. And you can build within this.
Sink your teeth with some beef in the sheets.
Nice. But inside of this blue area, you can build whatever. It doesn't matter. And then you do have a limit on how much stuff that you can build. So if I go in here, let's look at. Okay, so building pieces, I have 2,500 that I can build with. There's how many production items, how many lights, how many storage items, how many decorations, how many doors, how many projections. So there is a limit to stuff that you can and cannot do. But for the most part, it will, yes, land taxes. I don't even know where I go to pay that at. Not like it really matters, though. And honestly, 2,000, basically 2,000 Solaris, that's stupid easy to get. That is ridiculously easy. In just the weekend, Kintar and I easily were able to get 70 to 80,000 Solaris. How do you even get to Araki? There's no way to get out there. Everywhere is blocked off, man. Everywhere is blocked off. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna get deported to Seleucus Secundus. Yeah, a couple. But that's okay. All right. Let's do walls again. Do a couple there. Nope. I think that sums up most everything, as long as the important ones are there. There we go. Oops. Let's do that again. Be a little finicky. There we go. Overall, though, I do like the build system. There we go. Kind of wish I was a little bit more into that rock face, because I would love to be able to build up to the top of those rocks. Well, I don't generally do that sort of thing anymore. Plus, in all honesty, I had an idea for a legitimate base that I wanted to build. And so this is kind of the culmination of that, or at least part of the idea of it. I doubt I would get banned, honestly. At least for not for something like that. Okay. Lord. All right. Let's see. We have some shorter walls. Sort of. There you go. Yes, shorter ones. And I do kind of wish that it had slightly better ability to overlap parts. So I kind of wish I could overlap certain walls together. Not specifically. It's a very generic sort of player system in that respect. So it's not like a traditional MMO at all. You have a build that you can go with, Skills. Here we go. That's that's what I was looking for. So you have abilities that you can customize. You can put anything there that you want to, or that you have access to. You have techniques, which are passives. You can learn skills based off of what sort of school you're going with, and you can get eventually you can learn from any of the schools. You just have to find the requisite trainers to unlock that ability. But overall, I don't know that there is any sort of build that you must have. Oh, oh, they must be bringing those up. Kinda, yeah, yeah. The intrinsics, but it really comes down to the way that you want to play. And I have yet to find a situation where I'm built wrong for the content that I'm wanting to do. One sort of must-have though is this ability called Shigawire Claw. What is that from? That's from where are you? Here we go. That's from the which one are you? Trooper, and it is basically it's a grappling hook. Super useful, great for getting around and exploration. So that one I would almost say is a must-have, but it's easy to get, and just in general, like it all feels really well done. And then as far as the party system goes, the party system is actually really easy. Um, Basically, you would just, as long as your friend is on, you can select them and then send them an invite, and they join your group, and then you just run around and do stuff, and you see them on the map and everything. Currently, I don't have it on, but there is a second seat that you can put on the Sand Rider, and there are going to be other vehicles that are going to be available. I think you can do more than that. I don't know. Five right now. I don't know if it'll be more than that, but I don't have that many friends on right now, so I don't have to worry about it. But so far, like the stuff that Kintar and I were doing, we were just running around being dumbasses for the most part, and no issues doing what we were doing. It was actually a lot of fun. Oh, that sounds about right. Something feels a little off. There we go. Apparently, I broke it. That was interesting. That's possible. Like, I could totally see 8 for like sandworm riding and whatnot. But this also definitely feels like a game that is going to be great. Single player. Oh, sucks to be you, buddy. I shall have your water. And you're dead. You know what? I will have your water too. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. Let's see. Other rock over here. Yeah, we should. There. But yeah, all in all, I really am looking forward to more of this game. I haven't actually been excited for a game for a long time. Little bit. Little bit. I know, right? And no drink breaks because you have a still suit. Might replace some of those walls with windows. Thinking I might also might might push out, I should say. Side walls and kind of overhang them. Fremen with benefits. Actually, a good one. I like that one. There are so many great names that people are going to be able to use for these sorts of things. I'm actually going to be incredibly upset by any of the unimaginative ones. Ooh, another good one would actually be House of the Rising Sun. More stone. Yep. Cruise Coda plays. So, funnily enough, I used to have Cruise Coda as a Twitch name. But I lost that account when I lost an email address. So I had made a new Twitch account. I had gotten a new Twitch account and named it Selkita, which is one of the other names that I use for. Now, if you're talking about Cruise Coda, then yes, I did actually get that name from my dad. Cruise Coda is actually the sort of shortened, make it cool sounding version of Cruise Coder. Hey, there goes a worm. But what happened was one night, I was about 16, 15, 16 years old. And I was sitting in, no, I was younger than that. I had to have been. Because the house we were at that point was 13 or 14. Anyway, but I was in front of my dad's computer one night. It was late as hell. I'm sitting there, kind of, you know, uh, there we go. It's kind of slumped back, and I was attempting to do some programming. And my dad had woken up, walked into his office because he heard some noises, and saw me sitting there. Took a second and went, "Oh, cruise coding again, are you?" And I just went, "Yes, yes, I am." Then it just kind of became a nickname after that. And that'll happen too. Oftentimes, our best nicknames are given to us. Let's see, that should be stone for now. I even went through and I drew up a character for it and everything. But I have used it off and on for shit 30 years now? No. Yeah, 30 years. Holy crap. 30 years of cruise coda. That is a frightening concept. But as far as my online handles, typically I use Cruise Coda, Silkita, and every once in a while Gideon or Gideon's Bible. Let's see. Let's get these walls finished. A man has many names. A man has many faces. A man is also sometimes a woman, but mostly a man. Honestly, it's a good name. You're stuck with it. Well, that actually, not yet. Because there's one last thing that I want to build. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes that is very true. That floor? What have I been using then? Rooftop. Oh. I gotta see what this looks like now. Ooh. Okay. Well, we're gonna be replacing all of that. That was I'm gonna need so much stone for this. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. In all honesty, though, again, I really want to get the Ultimate Edition, and I want the Ultimate Edition because I want that Caladan construction set. So it's one of those, you know, I want it. Oh, whoops. It will make me actually. Okay, I see. Cool. And then I want. Whoops. Where are you trying to? No, I want you right here. Aw, thank you. I've been growing it for so long. Wedge walls. I should probably head down here. Oh, gotcha. Well, I will try and behave then. To the best of my abilities. Let's deposit the blood. Blood for the water god. Let's see, how am I doing on? Oh, that's copper ore. Let's drop off that. You. Okay. Let's collect more stone again. Why'd you have to go and say something like that? The idiot in me absolutely wants to try now. Actually, there's a real easy way to offend somebody who is Spanish or Hispanic descent. First of all, what type of Spanish is she? There is no hiding from that. The hell? Oh, she's proper Spanish. Because I had a friend, actually have a friend, It's not like she disappeared or anything. But friend is Cuban, or half Cuban, half Italian. But I made the mistake of calling her Puerto Rican. I did not hear the end of it for quite a while. So I learned the hard way, never call one by the other. It's just not good for your general well-being. See? There is a way to offend them. It just takes a little bit of creativity. And this is actually a good spot. Good amount of various resources. Close to some decent spawns. Roofs. Okay, so it looks like there is a specific distance that certain blocks can be away from something. Like they have to be close to walls or built off of walls or something like that. So that's cool. You can't get ultra weird with it. There's some adherence to kind of a reality, if you will. Awesome. That closes that in. Oh, that's right. Floor. The floor is made of floor. That sounds about right, honestly. Oh no, they were correct. It's these that needed to change. Work with this. There we go. Okay. Let's come up here. Get these. There we go. I can live with that. Walk it off, you big baby. Which walls? That and there. And there. What? That's not where you go. If I just do a regular wall. There. Yes. That'll work. I like the way that that looks. Now what I want is do you there, there, and finally there. That way, that acts as an antechamber, like a doorway in and out. We are sealed in. Awesome. Then I can look down upon the peasants. And there we go. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love the way that that looks too. That actually comes across as looking interesting. And should be easy to drive up and down. Yeah, should be able to drive through there no problem. Even technically considers that as being sheltered. So that works. And I can move parts of this. This is more or less what I was kind of wanting to build. Was this style of building. I wanted something that had lots of room to work with so that I could put a lot of different building elements together. But I also wanted it to be kind of an arched design, specifically for the purposes of allowing travel through it, so that it wasn't blocking anything. And then I also wanted it to have lots of viewing space. Be able to look out over the desert. One of the things that I still want to do is add to this is that's out behind the shield wall. Okay. That works really well. Okay. But one of the things that I want to do is I want to set up an area specifically for. There should be no sunlight getting to me. In fact, I may change this. Well, something was there. But I may change this setup here so that I can do a raised area. Let's do structural. Nah, I like where it's at. It's in a good location. Let's these columns here. Generally speaking, yes, it is a good location. Even if you can't ramp it off of the roof. I can think of far worse ways to consider something a good location. Let's grab stone. Thank you. And hopefully I can get most of this finished up. Let's see this. What I kind of want to do is might see about space do I have here? Might just have enough for what I want to do. And it might require that I do a lot of rebuilding. But I'm thinking what I could do is actually push this out one more block in each direction. Kind of bubble it out so
Sector
that
weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
oh, awesome. So that the support sections underneath here are more inlaid compared to the upper area, which would be sort of bowed out a bit, bubbled out, overhanging. But here comes. That's possible. You want to do what? Look at that storm. That is incredible. You better get inside.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yay. Oh, yeah, that's a big one, too. That's what she said. I think, however, I am going to wrap this up for today. It's been a good day. not only did we get some work done on Space Engineers, which I will probably finish up later tonight or tomorrow morning for the stream, but we had a little bit of fun here and answered some questions about Dune Awakening, or at least to the best of my ability. I only know so much, even though I let everybody know I know everything. Other than that, though, today's been a pretty good day. I've been happy with how it's going. However, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me. In fact, thank you guys for joining me for the past 2 years of being an affiliate. Some of you less than that, some of you more than that. You guys are awesome. Definitely make it worthwhile to hang out here and continue playing games, getting into trouble, being a moron, and just generally goofing about. And every once in a while, making a few dollars. As previously stated, I am going to be looking at starting up a Space Engineers multiplayer server. I will get those details out as I get them kind of solidified and we get closer and closer to the point where I'm ready to start it up. So I will keep you guys in the loop. Definitely keep your eyes on Discord for that. As far as Revolt goes, I don't know what I'm going to do about that because I don't know if that's causing any issues with my computer or not. I will take a look at that. That's one of those things because I'm considering or contemplating attempting to do Suffer Day on the server, on a server, and see how that works because I've got some feedback as to some people might enjoy that. So we'll have to wait and see. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.